The Silent Dreams.
You are here. I know where you are, in your bed, on your sofa, perhaps curled beneath a blanket, perhaps with your head already sinking into the pillow. Perhaps the lights have been turned off, or perhaps there is still a lamp somewhere, casting its soft glow across the room. Perhaps your phone is in your hand, or resting on the nightstand beside you. None of that matters. What matters is this. You are here. And you came here, you chose this voice, you chose this moment, because somewhere in the quiet depths of you, you knew that something needed to be set down. I do not know what today held for you. I do not know what this week has asked of you, what this month has placed upon your shoulders. But I know that you have been carrying something. Everyone carries something, and carrying is tiring work. Tonight, you do not have to carry it. Tonight, you can let it go. I am going to ask something of you now, something very small, just one breath, deep and slow, without effort, without force. Draw it in, hold it just for a moment, and release. Did you feel it? In that moment of release, in that precise instant, did you notice something loosen? In your shoulders, perhaps, or in your jaw, or somewhere behind your eyes. It does not matter if you did not notice. The body works quietly sometimes. It lets go without announcing itself. Try again. Breathe in, hold, let go. A little deeper this time, a little longer, as though every small tension you have gathered throughout this day, every tightened muscle, every held thought, every moment of effort you did not know you were making, has been gathered into this single breath. And now, with the exhale, it leaves. Where it goes does not concern you. It simply goes. Good. Now feel your body. Begin at the top. Where is your head resting? How does the pillow feel beneath it? Is it cool against your cheek or warm from where you have lain? Notice your neck. Is there stiffness there, some lingering tension from the day? It is not surprising if there is. The neck carries a great deal, the weight of the head, the weight of concentration, the weight of looking at the world all day long. But it does not need to carry anything now. Now it can simply rest. Your shoulders, your arms, your hands. The hands are remarkable things. They hold and release, write and reach, press and pull, open and close, all day long without rest. But look at them now. They are still. They are open. They hold nothing. Let them grow heavier. Let that heaviness spread slowly up your arms, into your shoulders, across the width of your chest. This heaviness is not exhaustion. This is the feeling of putting something down. Your chest, your belly, your breath moving through you, slow and even, without your instruction. You do not need to breathe. Your body already knows how. It has always known how. Long before you learn to think, long before you learn to worry, your body was already breathing, quietly, faithfully, without fail. Tonight it will continue. You need only notice it. You need only feel it. Your legs, your feet, even your toes can rest tonight. Your whole body, from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, is a little heavier now, a little closer to the surface beneath you, a little more here, in this moment, in this quiet. And here, tonight, is a very good place to be. Because tonight, this particular night, this particular hour, I am going to take you somewhere, not far, not complicated, somewhere quiet, somewhere warm, somewhere that has been waiting for you longer than you know. A house, a very old house in the north of England at the foot of the Derbyshire Hills. Vellacott Hall. Say the name to yourself just once quietly, Vellacott Hall. That name is a door, and tonight that door is open for you. But do not rush. Stay here a moment longer in this breath, in this heaviness, in this stillness, because before we arrive, there is something you should know. There is someone in that house who is already waiting. I will not tell you who, not yet, but you will see. And when you do, perhaps you will be surprised, or perhaps you will simply feel that quiet recognition, the kind that makes no sense and needs no explaining, as though you have always known them, as though they have always been there, in some room at the back of your memory, waiting for you to find them again. Are you ready? Close your eyes. Breathe. And come. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 2, Konstantin. He is there before you notice him. That is always the way with Konstantin. He does not announce himself. He does not arrive, not in any way you could point to, not with a sound or a movement or a shift in the air that you could name with certainty. One moment the armchair by the fire is empty. The next, it is not. And you find yourself wondering, with the slow and gentle puzzlement of a mind already drifting towards sleep, whether he was always there, whether you simply failed to see him until now. His name is Konstantin. He is a cat. He is large for a cat, not broad, not heavy, but long, with a particular quality of stillness that makes him seem larger than he is. His coat is the color of a November night, not black, precisely, but something darker than gray, something that holds the light differently depending on where it falls. In the glow of the fire, his fur takes on a deep amber warmth along his spine and at the tips of his ears. In shadow, he becomes almost nothing, almost air, almost a thought you are not quite sure you had. His eyes are another matter. They are green, not the pale, watery green of sea glass or of young leaves in April. A deeper green, the green of old moss on a stone wall, of bottled glass held up to candlelight, of something ancient and patient and very, very still. When Konstantin looks at you, you have the peculiar sensation that he is not merely seeing you, but reading you, the way a person reads a letter they have already read before, looking not for the words, but for what lies between them. He is looking at you now. Do not be alarmed. He looks at everyone this way. It is simply how he is. Konstantin has lived at Vellacott Hall for as long as anyone can remember, which is to say, for longer than seems quite reasonable. The staff speak of him in that careful, slightly embarrassed way that people speak of things they cannot explain, as though the explanation exists somewhere and they have simply not been clever enough to find it. The housekeeper, Mrs. Alderton, once told a visitor that Konstantin had been here when she arrived 23 years ago and that he had looked then exactly as he looks now. The visitor had smiled politely. Mrs. Alderton had not smiled at all. She had simply nodded once and changed the subject. No one knows where he came from. No one, as far as can be determined, has ever fed him, though he is clearly not hungry. No one has ever seen him sleep, though he is clearly not restless. He appears in rooms without having entered them and disappears from rooms without having left. He moves through Vellacott Hall the way time moves through an old house, not intruding, not disturbing, simply present, simply flowing, as though the house itself were breathing him in and out. The library is his favorite room. Or perhaps favorite is not quite the right word. Konstantin does not seem to favor anything in the way that suggests preference, the way that implies he could choose otherwise. It is more that the library and Konstantin belong to each other in some way that precedes understanding. The shelves full of old books, the deep shadows at the corners, the fire that burns even on nights when no one has laid it. These things and Konstantin exist together in a kind of natural agreement, the way a river agrees with its banks, the way silence agrees with a sleeping house. He watches the fire now. His tail moves once slowly, the tip curling and uncurling in that particular way that means he is thinking or listening or perhaps both at once. His ears turn slightly, tracking a sound too faint for any other creature to notice. A log settling in the grate, the distant complaint of a shutter in the wind, the tick of the clock on the far wall, patient and endless, counting out the minutes of this November night one by one. He is not alarmed by any of it. Konstantin is never alarmed. He has spent enough nights in this house to know its rhythms the way a musician knows a long familiar piece, not by thinking about it, but by feeling it, by being so thoroughly acquainted with it that any deviation, however small, registers not as a thought, but as a sensation. A shift in the temperature of a room, a silence where there should be sound, or a sound where there should be silence, a change in the quality of the dark. He would know. He always knows. But tonight so far there is nothing. Tonight the house is simply itself, old and quiet and full of its own particular warmth. The fire burns, the clock counts, the rain speaks against the windows in its low, continuous voice. And Konstantin sits in the armchair by the fire, watching and waiting, and keeping the hours of Vellacott Hall as he has always done. As he will always do. He glances toward you now, just once, briefly, the way he does when he has decided that a thing is settled, and then looks back at the fire. You are here, you are safe, he knows this. That is enough. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 3, Vellacott Hall. Vellacott Hall has been standing for a very long time. The exact year of its construction is a matter of some debate among those who concern themselves with such things. Certain records suggest 1743. Others point to markings in the foundation stone that imply something older still, a date that, if accurate, would make the hall considerably more ancient than its Georgian facade suggests. The truth, as is often the case with very old houses, has become entangled with the years, woven through with rumor and revision and the quiet distortions of memory, until what remains is less a fact than a feeling. This house has always been here. That is the feeling Vellacott Hall gives you. Not that it was built, but that it grew. Not that someone designed it and laid its foundations and raised its walls stone by stone, but that it simply arrived, fully formed, in the way that certain things arrive. The way a particular tree arrives in a particular field, or the way a word arrives on the tip of your tongue, as though it was always there and you had simply not yet needed it. The house sits at the end of a long gravel drive, flanked on either side by elm trees that have grown so tall and so close together over the centuries that in summer their canopies meet overhead, forming a tunnel of green shadow. In November, with the leaves long gone, they stand like rows of dark sentinels, their bare branches reaching toward one another across the pale sky. The drive is perhaps a quarter of a mile long. Walking it in the rain, as a visitor might on a night such as this, you would feel the house watching you long before you reached it. A large, dark shape at the end of the drive, its windows lit from within, patient and still. It watches Vellacott Hall. That is what people say who have spent time here, not in a threatening way, not in the way of something predatory or unkind, more in the way of something very old that has learned, through long experience, that watching is the most honest thing it can do. It has seen too much to pretend otherwise. It has held too many lives within its walls, too many winters, too many sorrows, too many quiet Tuesday mornings when the light came through the east windows in a particular way and someone, somewhere in the house, paused what they were doing and looked up without quite knowing why. It remembers all of it. Houses like Vellacott Hall accumulate. That is perhaps the most precise way to say it. They accumulate not just dust and years and the gradual patina of age, but something more difficult to name, an atmosphere, a density, a quality of presence that has nothing to do with the people currently living in them and everything to do with all the people who ever did. Every conversation ever held in these rooms has left something behind. Every meal eaten in the dining room, every letter written at the desk in the study, every night spent lying awake in the upstairs bedrooms listening to the wind move through the elm trees. All of it is here, somehow, folded into the walls and the floorboards, and the particular creak of the third step on the back staircase. You do not need to know any of this, not consciously, but your body knows it. Your body, which is older and wiser than your thinking mind, recognizes this quality of accumulated time and responds to it with something that is not quite recognition and not quite comfort, but something between the two. A settling, a sighing, the feeling of arriving somewhere you did not know you had been missing. The house is built in the Georgian style, 3 stories tall, with large sash windows and a stone portico at the entrance. In daylight, it is handsome and serious, the kind of house that inspires respect rather than warmth. But at night, with the lamps burning in the downstairs rooms and the November sky pressing dark and close above the roofline, it becomes something else. The light in the windows gives it a different quality, something inhabited, something alive, something that asks to be entered. Come inside. The stone is cold beneath your feet as you pass through the entrance, but the cold lasts only a moment. The hall closes around you, and with it comes the warmth, not the sharp, sudden warmth of central heating, but the slow, layered warmth of a house that has been heating itself for centuries. Wood fires and wool carpets, and the accumulated warmth of many bodies in many rooms over many years. It settles around you like something worn and familiar, like something that was made for you. You are inside now. The door has closed behind you, not with a slam, never with a slam, but with that quiet, certain sound of a latch finding its place. The sound of a thing completed. The sound of outside becoming outside, and inside becoming yours. Somewhere in the house, a clock is ticking. Somewhere in the house, a fire is burning. And somewhere, not far at all, Konstantin is listening. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 4, The Entrance. Take a moment. Stand here, just inside the door, and let the house receive you. This is something that cannot be rushed, not in Vellacott Hall, not on a night like this. The house has its own pace, its own rhythm, and it asks gently but firmly that you match it, not because it is impatient or demanding, but because it knows something that you may have temporarily forgotten, that the best things, the things worth having, the things worth feeling, require a certain quality of attention, a willingness to slow down, a willingness to arrive completely, rather than in pieces, rather than still half somewhere else. So stand here. Feel the stone beneath your feet. It is old stone worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, each one pressing its small, invisible mark into the surface. You are not the first to stand exactly here. You will not be the last. But tonight, this moment, this particular arrangement of you and this threshold and this cold November air still clinging to your coat, this is yours alone. No one else has ever stood here in quite this way. No one ever will again. The air in the entrance hall is different from the air outside. Outside, the air is moving, turbulent with rain and wind, sharp with the smell of wet earth and stripped bark, and the particular mineral coldness of a northern English night in late autumn. It is the kind of air that reminds you of your own smallness, your own exposure, the way the world continues without reference to your comfort or your preferences. Inside, the air is still. It carries different things, the faint ghost of wood smoke, the dry papery scent of old books drifting from somewhere deeper in the house, something warmer and less nameable that might be the accumulated breath of every fire ever lit in these rooms, every candle ever burned, every person ever warm within these walls. It is the smell of shelter, of continuance, of a thing that has endured. Breathe it in. Let it reach the back of your throat, the base of your lungs. Let it tell you in the wordless language of the body that you are no longer outside, that the night, with all its cold and all its motion, is behind you now, that what is in front of you is warmth and stillness, and time moving differently than it does out there. The entrance hall is lit by a single lamp on the side table to your left, an oil lamp, its flame small and steady behind its glass chimney, casting a circle of amber light that reaches perhaps halfway across the room before surrendering to shadow. The walls rise up around you, paneled in dark oak that has deepened over the decades to the color of strong tea, of turned earth, of something rich and settled and very old. Above, the ceiling is high, high enough that the lamplight does not reach it, high enough that the upper reaches of the room exist in a permanent, gentle dark. It does not feel threatening, that dark. It feels like the dark inside a cathedral or inside a very old forest, the kind of dark that has been there so long it has become part of the architecture, as structural as the beams and as necessary as the walls. On either side of the hall, doors stand closed. Behind them, other rooms, the drawing room, the dining room, the small sitting room that nobody uses anymore, wait in their own particular silences. You will not go there tonight. Tonight you have one direction, one destination. But it is good to know they are there. It is good to know that the house extends around you in all directions, that you are held not just by one room but by many, that the warmth you feel is not a single fire but a whole house breathing. Ahead of you, a corridor leads deeper into the hall. And to your right, the staircase rises. Do not look at the staircase, not tonight. The upper floors of Vellacott Hall are another world, and that world belongs to another time. Tonight you are staying down here, in the warmth, in the firelight, in the part of the house that knows how to hold a person on a difficult November night. The corridor, then. It begins just past the foot of the stairs. Narrow in the way of old corridors, the walls close enough on either side that you are aware of them without quite touching them. The floorboards here are covered by a long runner of carpet, dark red and worn thin down the center from years of use, soft enough to muffle your footsteps so that you move through the house in something close to silence. Walk slowly. There is no reason to hurry. The house knows you are coming. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 5, The Entrance Hall. The lamp on the side table has been burning for some time. You can tell by the way the light sits, settled, unhurried, as though it has long since made its peace with the particular darkness of this hall and no longer needs to assert itself against it. It simply burns, steady and small and sufficient, doing exactly what it was made to do, nothing more, nothing less. There is a lesson in that, perhaps, but this is not the time for lessons. This is the time for noticing. Look up. The ceiling in the entrance hall is coffered, divided into deep rectangular panels by heavy plaster moldings that were painted white once, generations ago, and have since settled into the color of old cream, of parchment, of things that have been kept carefully but have aged nonetheless. In the lamplight, the shadows in the coffers are very deep. The ceiling seems to breathe with them, to expand and contract almost imperceptibly as the flame below moves in some draught too faint to feel. Look ahead. At the far end of the hall, above the corridor that leads to the library, there is a clock. A long-case clock, what some would call a grandfather clock, though that name would have seemed faintly undignified to the person who commissioned it, sometime in the middle of the previous century. It is a serious piece of furniture, tall and narrow, made of walnut, with a painted face that shows not only the hours but the phases of the moon, rendered in fading blue and gold. The moon painted there tonight is almost full. A thin crescent of darkness remains on one side, and in a day or two, even that will be gone. The clock ticks. You can hear it from here, that measured, unhurried sound that old clocks make, so different from the sharp, anxious tick of a modern timepiece. This sound is deeper, more deliberate, each tick and each tock separated by a pause that seems, in the silence of the house, almost conversational. as though the clock is not simply marking time but commenting upon it, noting it, bearing witness to its passage with the grave attention it deserves. Dig. A second gone. Dog. Another. Breathe with it if you like. There is no rule against it. In at the tick, out at the tock, slow and easy and unhurried. The clock has been keeping this rhythm for longer than you have been alive, and it will keep it long after this night is over. For now, for these few minutes, you can simply join it. Add your breath to its counting. Let it carry you. To your left, the wall holds a mirror, tall and narrow, in a gilt frame that has lost much of its gilding to time, the remaining gold reduced to a warm, intermittent gleam that catches the lamplight and sends it back in small, scattered points. The glass itself is old, slightly foxed at the corners, with that subtle distortion that old mirrors have, the one that makes reflections look not quite like photographs, but like paintings, softer at the edges, more atmospheric, more forgiving. You might see yourself in it if you look. Or you might see the room behind you, the door you came through, the lamplight falling across the stone floor. Or you might see something else, some trick of the old glass and the uncertain light. Do not be alarmed if you do. Old mirrors in old houses have their own ideas about what deserves to be reflected, and they are not always interested in the obvious. On the wall to your right, between two closed doors, hangs the first of the portraits. There are many portraits in Vellacott Hall. They appear throughout the house, in the corridor, on the staircase landing, in the dining room and the study and several of the upstairs bedrooms. But this one, here in the entrance hall, has a particular quality of prominence, as though whoever hung it here did so deliberately, wanting it to be the first face a visitor encountered. It is a woman. She is perhaps 40, perhaps older. The style of her dress suggests the early part of the century, the high collar, the dark fabric, the way her hair is arranged with a severity that was fashionable then. But her expression is not severe. It is something more complicated than that, a look that contains, simultaneously, great intelligence and great patience, the look of someone who has understood something important about the nature of things and has made a kind of peace with it. She is not smiling, but she is not unkind. She looks at you with that clear, settled gaze, and for a moment, just a moment, you have the peculiar sensation that she is not a painting at all, that she is simply a person standing very still, watching you pass through her house. Her house. Because that is the feeling Vellacott Hall gives you, in the end, that whoever lives here now, whoever moves through these rooms and lights these lamps and lays these fires, the house itself belongs to all of them. To the woman in the portrait, and to Mrs. Alderton, who has kept it for 23 years, and to the family whose name it bears, and to the November night pressing against its windows, and to the cat sitting in the armchair in the library, watching the fire. And tonight, for this night, to you. Move on now. The corridor awaits. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 6, The Corridor and the Portraits. The corridor is longer than it looks. This is a quality it shares with many things in Vellacott Hall, a kind of spatial generosity that reveals itself only in the experiencing of it, only in the actual walking of it, step by slow step, with the worn carpet softening each footfall and the walls close on either side and the darkness ahead giving way, gradually, to the faint warmth of the library door. But do not hurry toward that warmth, not yet. There is something here in this corridor worth attending to. The portraits. They begin just past the long case clock and continue the length of the wall on your left, spaced with the kind of careful regularity that suggests someone, at some point, gave considerable thought to the matter. Each frame is dark, walnut or ebony, or something stained to resemble one or the other, and each canvas is old enough that the varnish has deepened to amber, giving every painted face a quality of warmth that may or may not be what the original painter intended, but is present nonetheless. The Vellacott family across the generations. The earliest portraits, nearest the clock, are the most formal full-length figures in the fashion of a century past, standing against painted backdrops of columns and curtains and distant parkland, rendered in the stylized manner of an era that valued dignity over likeness. The faces are difficult to read. They have the composed, slightly distant expression of people who understood that having their portrait painted was a statement about their place in the world, and who took that statement seriously. But as you walk further along the corridor, as the decades advance and the fashions shift, and the painted backdrops give way to simpler settings, a chair, a desk, a window with actual landscape visible beyond it, the faces become more individual, more present. The expressions grow less composed and more particular, until by the time you reach the portraits from the latter half of the century, you are looking at faces that feel genuinely inhabited, faces with stories written into them that the paint has somehow managed to preserve. A young man with a look of barely contained energy, his collar slightly askew, his eyes fixed on something just to the left of the painter, as though he has been called away mid-thought and is still in the process of returning. An older woman with silver hair and a direct, unflinching gaze, one hand resting on the head of a large dog that looks up at her with the absolute devotion of a creature that has chosen its person and will not be persuaded otherwise. A child 6, perhaps 7, in the serious dark clothing that the period required even of children, sitting very straight in a chair that is too large for her, her hands folded in her lap, her expression one of profound solemnity. And yet there is something in the corner of her mouth, some tiny tuck of suppressed amusement, that suggests this solemnity is at least partly performed, that somewhere behind those serious eyes a child is finding this whole enterprise. The painter, the chair, the instruction to sit still and look important, quietly, privately funny. You find yourself slowing as you pass her. There is something about that almost smile, that secret amusement held just beneath the surface, that feels like a kind of company, like a kindness offered across the distance of years, as though she knew, this child in her too large chair, that someone would walk past her portrait one November night a long time hence, tired and in need of rest, and she left that small, suppressed smile there on purpose, as a gift. As a reminder that even in formal times, even in serious houses, something in people resists the demand to be only solemn. Move on. The corridor narrows slightly toward its end, or perhaps it only seems to because the light is changing. Ahead, on your left, a door stands slightly ajar, and through the gap comes a quality of light quite different from the lamp in the entrance hall. Warmer, more alive, moving. Firelight. And with it, so faint you might almost have imagined it, a sound. Not the clock, not the rain, something smaller. Something that requires the particular silence of a very old house on a very quiet night to hear at all. The sound of a cat breathing. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 7, The Library Door. Stop here. Just for a moment, just at the threshold. The door is old oak, paneled, its surface worn smooth at the places where hands have touched it most, the edge near the latch, the middle of the upper panel where someone tall once rested their palm. It stands perhaps 4 inches open, and through that gap comes everything, the light, the warmth, the faint crackle and sigh of a fire that has been burning for hours and has settled into its deepest, most generous phase, not the bright, assertive flames of a newly lit fire, but the slow red glow of coals that have given themselves over entirely to heat, that are no longer becoming something, but simply being it. Feel it on your face. Even here, even through this narrow gap, the warmth reaches you. It finds your cheeks, your forehead, the bridge of your nose. After the relative cool of the corridor, it is extraordinary, not dramatic, not sudden, but present in the way that only real warmth is present, the kind that asks nothing of you, the kind that simply gives. Take a breath. The smell of the library comes with the warmth, wood smoke and old paper, and something faintly resinous from the burning wood. And beneath all of that, something older still, something that has been in this room so long it has become part of it, as much a feature of the space as the shelves or the fireplace or the particular quality of the light. It is the smell of time, of thought. Of all the hours that have been spent in this room, in the company of books and firelight, thinking and reading and simply existing in the way that is only possible in rooms that have been lived in long enough to become genuinely kind. Push the door open. Not quickly, there is no need to be quick. Let it swing slowly on its hinges. It makes almost no sound, this door, just the faintest sigh of old wood settling into a new position. And as it opens, let the room reveal itself to you gradually, the way things worth seeing deserve to be revealed. First the fireplace, then the shelves, then the high ceiling with its faint plasterwork, then the windows, the curtains half drawn against the night, the rain a soft percussion against the glass, then the armchair, the lamp, the small table with its single glass of water, as though someone knew you were coming and left it there. And in the armchair, already aware of you, already watching you with those green and ancient eyes. Konstantin. He does not move. He does not need to. He simply looks at you from the armchair with an expression that contains, in equal measure, the dignity of a creature entirely at home in itself, and something that, if you look carefully, if you allow yourself to believe what you are seeing, might almost be welcome. Come in. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 8, The Library. The library of Vellacott Hall is not a large room. This surprises people. Sometimes they expect grandeur, the kind of sweeping, cathedral-ceilinged space that appears in paintings of great houses, with rolling ladders and globes on stands and leather-topped desks the size of small boats. But Vellacott Hall's library is something different. It is a room built not for display, but for use. For the actual, daily, unglamorous business of reading, of sitting with a book in one hand and a cup of something warm in the other, with the fire going and the rain outside, and no particular reason to be anywhere else. It is, in other words, a room built for exactly this. The shelves begin at floor level and rise to within a foot of the ceiling, 3 walls of them, floor to ceiling, interrupted only by the fireplace on the far wall and the 2 windows flanking it. The books themselves are a mixture of periods and subjects, arranged with a logic that is not immediately apparent but reveals itself, over time, to have its own coherence. Histories and memoirs along the left wall, natural philosophy and science along the right. The wall behind you, the one you entered through, holds literature, poetry, collected letters, the kinds of books that do not fit neatly into other categories, but which someone, at some point, felt strongly enough about to keep. The spines are extraordinary. Not because they are beautiful, though many of them are, with their faded leather and their gilt lettering gone soft with age, but because of what they represent. Each one a world, each one the distillation of someone's thought, someone's years, someone's particular way of paying attention to things. They stand here in their hundreds, patient and silent, and the effect of so many accumulated minds in one small room is something that cannot quite be explained, but can absolutely be felt. You feel it now. A kind of weight, not oppressive, not heavy in any unpleasant sense, but substantial, meaningful. as though the air in this room is denser than ordinary air, charged with something that is not quite electricity and not quite warmth and not quite silence, but partakes of all three. The fireplace is directly ahead. It is large for the room, a Georgian fireplace, with a surround of veined marble in grey and white, and above it a mantelpiece of the same marble, on which a few objects rest in the casual arrangement of things that have always been there. A pair of candlesticks, unlit, a small carriage clock, ticking, a fragment of something that might be fossiled stone, grey and ancient and smooth from handling. The grate is wide, and in it the fire burns with the deep, settled energy of coals that have been going for hours. A bed of orange and red, with occasional tongues of blue at the edges, where the heat is most intense. The light it gives is remarkable. Firelight is different from every other kind of light. It moves, it breathes, it has preferences, it lingers on some surfaces and retreats from others. It illuminates the spine of a particular book and leaves its neighbor in darkness. It finds the grain of the wooden floor and traces it like a finger. It catches the brass fittings on the shelves and makes them glow like small, private suns. And it changes, constantly, almost imperceptibly, so that the room is never quite the same from one moment to the next, never fixed, never static, always in the slow process of becoming itself. It is the best kind of light to fall asleep by. Perhaps you already knew this. Perhaps your body already knew it, and that is why you feel, even now, even standing in the doorway with the room still half strange and new to you, that peculiar loosening, that sense of something in you beginning, very gently, to let go. The armchair is to the left of the fireplace. Konstantin is in it. He has not shifted since you entered. He is curled, not tightly, not defensively, but with the easy, unconcerned looseness of an animal entirely comfortable in its surroundings, with his front paws tucked neatly beneath him and his tail wrapped around his body in one slow, continuous curve. His eyes are open. They catch the firelight and hold it, those green eyes, so that they seem to burn with their own small, interior flame. He watches you move into the room. He watches you notice the shelves and the fire and the second armchair. There are two, you see now, positioned on either side of the fireplace with a small table between them, as though the room has always expected company. He watches you approach. And when you settle into the chair across from him, when your body meets the worn cushions and the familiar weight of a good chair receives you, he blinks once, slowly, deliberately, in the way that cats blink when they are entirely at ease, and looks back at the fire. You are here. He has noted it. That is enough. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 9, The Armchair. Let yourself settle. The chair receives you the way a good chair should, not springing back against your weight, not resisting but accommodating, adjusting. The cushion has been sat in many times by many different people, and it has learned to give in all the right places. Your spine finds its angle. Your shoulders find their rest. The armrests are exactly where your arms need them to be, as though the chair was built for you specifically, or as though you have sat in it so many times before that your body has simply remembered. Perhaps it has. There are people who believe that comfort like this, the particular, unreasonable comfort of a chair in a room that feels exactly right, is a kind of memory, that the body holds impressions not just of its own past, but of something older, some accumulated sense of what it is to be held and warm and still. If that is true, then this chair in this room on this night is speaking directly to that oldest and most fundamental part of you. The part that existed before words, before thought, before the elaborate architecture of a life, with its demands and its complications, and its daily requirement to be present and capable and awake. That part of you does not need to be awake tonight. That part of you can rest. Feel your back against the chair. Really feel it, the pressure of the cushion against your shoulder blades, the support beneath your lower back, the slight give of the upholstery. Feel the armrests beneath your forearms, cool at first, then warming to you, taking on your temperature, becoming yours. Feel the seat beneath you, solid and generous. You are held. This is not a small thing. To be held, to have your weight taken from you, to not be responsible for this moment, for keeping yourself upright, for holding yourself together, is not a small thing. We forget sometimes how much effort simply existing requires, how much of our energy goes every day into the basic business of being a body in the world. Standing, moving, holding, carrying, thinking, feeling, managing. The chair takes all of that from you now. You are not standing, you are not moving, you are not holding anything, not carrying anything. You are not responsible in this moment for anything at all. Just breathe. The fire is very close. You can feel its heat on your shins, on the tops of your feet, on your hands where they rest on the armrests. It is a dry, clean heat, not stifling, not overwhelming, but present in a way that fills every corner of your awareness and leaves no room for cold, no room for the November night pressing at the windows, no room for anything that is not this warmth, this light, this quiet. Across from you, Konstantin has not moved. He is still curled in his chair, still watching the fire, still breathing in that slow, even utterly unhurried way that cats have when they are in the deepest kind of rest, not sleep, not quite, but something adjacent to it, something deeper than wakefulness and more present than sleep. A state that has no name in human languages because humans rarely achieve it, but which you can see in him now, in the looseness of his body and the steadiness of his breath and the quality of his attention, which is both total and entirely undisturbed. Watch him. There is something calming about watching a creature at rest, something that gives the body permission to follow, to match that rhythm, to slow itself in sympathy. Your breath, you may notice, is already changing, coming a little slower, going a little deeper, not because you are trying, but because something in you has recognized the invitation and accepted it. Your eyes are heavy. This is not a problem. This is not something to resist or apologize for. Your eyes have been working all day, taking in light and information and the endless visual complexity of the world, and they are tired. Of course they are tired. Let them be heavy. Let them half close if they want to. The fire is still there, still burning, even when you can barely see it. Konstantin is still there. The room is still there, all around you, holding you. You do not need to see it to feel it. Close your eyes if you like, or leave them open just a little, that half-world between waking and sleep, where the firelight becomes a warm blur and the shadows soften at the edges and the room takes on the quality of somewhere known in a dream, familiar without being quite definable, safe without explanation. Either way, the chair holds you, the fire warms you, and across the hearthrug, Konstantin breathes. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 10, The Sounds and the Rhythm. Listen. Not to anything in particular, not with the focused, directed listening of a person trying to identify something or solve something or make sense of something. Just listen. Open, receptive, the way you might listen to music you have never heard before, without expectation, without the need to categorize or evaluate, simply letting it arrive. The room has a great deal to say. Begin with the fire. The fire is the loudest thing in the room, and its voice is the most varied. It speaks in layers, beneath everything, a low, continuous breath, the sound of combustion itself, of matter becoming heat and light. Then, above that, the occasional tick and crackle of a coal shifting, a pocket of gas releasing, the internal rearrangement of the fuel as it gives itself over. And then, rarest and most beautiful, the moments when an ember pops softly and sends a small constellation of sparks briefly upward before the draft takes them. And for a second the fire is brighter, more alive, more present, and then settles again, back into its deep, generous glow. It is never exactly the same twice, but it is always recognizably itself. You could be woken from deep sleep by that sound in a completely dark and unfamiliar room, and you would know immediately, fire. There is something in us that knows it instantly, something very old that hears that sound and understands it as safety, as warmth, as the thing that kept the darkness back. You carry that recognition in your body, in your oldest self. Let it do its work. Now the clock. The carriage clock on the mantelpiece keeps a different time from the long case clock in the corridor. Its tick is lighter, quicker, a small and precise sound compared to the deeper measure of the hall clock. But it is no less steady, no less reliable. It ticks through the silence of the room with complete indifference to whatever else may be happening. The fire may crackle or subside, the rain may intensify or ease, Konstantin may blink or shift or breathe, and the clock simply continues. Tick, tick, tick. There is comfort in this, if you let yourself feel it. Not every comfort is soft. Some comforts are structural, the comfort of a thing that continues, that keeps going regardless. The clock does not care whether it is midnight or midday, whether the house is full of people or empty, whether the world outside is peaceful or difficult. It ticks. And in the ticking there is a kind of promise that time is moving, that this moment will become the next, that the night will pass and the morning will come, as it always has, as it always will. But you are not thinking about morning. Morning is a long way away. Morning is a different world, a different concern. Right now there is only the fire and the clock and the rain, and all three of them are telling you the same thing in their different languages. Stay, be still. There is nowhere else to be. The rain. It has been raining since before you arrived. And it will rain for some time yet. The sky has that weighted, committed quality of a sky that has settled in for the night, that is not hurrying toward anything, not building toward anything, simply releasing what it has accumulated, steadily and without drama, against the windows and the roof, and the gravel of the drive, and the bare branches of the elm trees, and the ancient stones of Vellacott Hall. Against the library windows, the rain makes a particular sound. It is not loud, the glass is old and thick, and the window frames are solid, and between them and the heavy curtains, most of the sound is absorbed before it reaches you. What remains is a kind of murmur, a continuous, variable, quietly present murmur that is to silence what the fire's glow is to darkness. It does not eliminate it, it transforms it, gives it texture, makes it inhabitable. The fires, the clock, the rain. Between them, they fill the room completely. There is no silence left that is not inhabited, no gap in which something unwanted might insert itself. Your thoughts, which may have been circling earlier, the unfinished things, the remembered worries, the plans and concerns and small persistent anxieties of a day fully lived, find no purchase here. The room is too full of itself, too complete. They slow, these thoughts, lose their urgency. Begin to feel less like things that need your attention and more like things that can wait, that will wait, that are, in fact, perfectly capable of waiting until tomorrow, until morning, until a time when you have slept and are better equipped to receive them. Let them wait. They will be there. But this room, this fire, this sound of rain on old glass, this particular quality of warmth and stillness, this exists only now, only tonight, and you are in it. Across from you, Konstantin lifts his head very slightly. Not in alarm, in attention. He has heard something, some sound in the house too faint for you to catch, some small settling or shifting that only he can distinguish from the general conversation of an old building on a wet night. His ears turn, almost imperceptibly. He listens. Then he puts his head back down. Nothing or nothing that needs attending to, or nothing that he has not heard 100 times before and found, each time, to be exactly what it appeared to be: the house, breathing, the house, continuing, the house, doing what it has always done on nights like this. Holding. The Konstantin series. Episode 1, The Library, 11 p.m. The House That Holds You. Section 11, The Windows and the Outside. The curtains are heavy. Dark red, almost burgundy, the color of old wine, of dried roses, of something that was once vivid and has deepened over the years into something richer and more complex. They are drawn most of the way across the windows, leaving only a narrow gap at the center of each, through which the night is visible, just barely, just a sliver of black glass with the rain moving across it. Look at it for a moment. Not with fear or apprehension, simply look. This is the outside, the November night, the rain and the wind, the cold dark that stretches in all directions from the walls of Vellacott Hall. It is real, it is there. The world is still out there, with all its weather and all its complexity. But you are not in it. You are on this side of the glass, on this side of the curtains, in this room, in this chair, with this fire at your feet, and this cat across from you, and this particular accumulation of warmth and stillness that is, at this moment, entirely and completely yours. The outside exists, but it does not require anything of you tonight. The rain does not need your attention. The wind does not need your help. Whatever is happening out there in the darkness, the trees moving, the gravel drive gleaming wet under the overcast sky, the distant roads where perhaps a light still moves, some solitary traveler making their way through the night, all of it is proceeding perfectly well without you. It does not need to be managed or monitored or worried over. It will all still be there in the morning. For now, let the curtains close the rest of the way, in your mind if not in fact. Let the outside become a sound only, the rain on the glass, the wind in the elms, a sound that reaches you from very far away, from another world, from somewhere that was once your concern and will be your concern again, but is not tonight, not this night, not this hour. The fire is here. Konstantin is here. The warmth is here. Stay. Section 12, The Threshold of Sleep. Your eyes are very heavy now. I want you to notice this without trying to do anything about it. Simply notice the weight of your eyelids, the way the room has softened at its edges, the way the firelight has become less a thing you see and more a thing you feel, a warmth behind your eyes as much as in front of them. This is not a failure of attention. This is attention completing itself. This is your mind, which has been working so hard for so long, finally, gently, beginning to release its grip. Let it. Your thoughts are slower now. You may have noticed this already, the way ideas that felt urgent an hour ago have become vague and unimportant, the way the mind's usual chatter has quieted to a murmur, the way the murmur is beginning to quiet to something that is almost not a sound at all. This is the threshold. This is the place between waking and sleeping where the body knows what it is doing even when the mind is no longer quite sure. Trust your body. It has done this before. It will do it again. Every night of your life, your body has found its way here, to this threshold, to this loosening, to this particular quality of surrender that is not defeat but rest, not loss but renewal. It knows the way. It does not need your help. Breathe. Slow and deep, the way you have been breathing since you arrived in this room. In through your nose, feel the cool air at the back of your throat, the expansion of your chest, the brief moment of fullness at the top of the breath. And out. long and slow, all the way until your body is empty of breath and rests there for a moment, quiet and still, before the next breath comes on its own without you asking for it. You did not ask for it, it came anyway. This is the miracle of a body at rest. This is what happens when you stop managing and simply allow. Your legs are very heavy. Your arms are very heavy. Your hands are open, or they want to be unclenched, uncurled, resting on the arms of the chair or in your lap, empty and warm and completely at ease. There is nothing in them. There is nothing they need to hold. Your mind is drifting. This is good. This is exactly right. Let it drift. The thoughts that come now are different from waking thoughts, slower, more associative, less logical, moving by a different kind of sense. An image that doesn't quite connect to what came before. A sound that isn't in the room. A name perhaps, or a color, or the memory of some other warmth, some other room, some other evening long ago when you felt exactly this safe, this held, this perfectly at ease. Follow it. Follow wherever it goes. The fire will still be here. Konstantin will still be here. Vellacott Hall will hold you through the night, as it has held so many others, in this room and in others, through all the years of its long and quiet existence. It does not tire of holding. It does not count the nights. It simply does what it has always done, what it was made to do, what it is, in the deepest sense, for. You can stop now. You can simply be. Section 13, What the House Knows. Vellacott Hall has held a great many people through a great many nights. This is worth saying, worth knowing, even now, even at the edges of sleep. You are not the first person to sit in this chair, in this library, watching this fire while the November rain moves against the windows. You will not be the last. There have been others, many others, across the long years of this house, who arrived here tired or sad or simply in need of somewhere to put down what they were carrying. The house received them all. It did not ask questions. It did not require explanations. It simply opened, as a house does, as a place of shelter does, and took in whoever needed taking in, and gave them what it had, warmth and stillness, and the particular safety of a place that has endured. In enduring, it has learned things. Not in the way that people learn things, not through instruction or study or the deliberate accumulation of knowledge, but through the slow, patient education of long experience, of having been present for so much, of having held so many lives within its walls. It has learned that most of what troubles people in the night is smaller in the morning, that sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a surrender but a preparation. That the body, given half a chance, knows how to restore itself. That warmth and quiet and the sound of rain on old glass and the company of something living and unhurried, these are not small things. These are the things that matter. And so the house gives them, again and again, night after night, year after year, to anyone who finds their way here and is willing to stay. You found your way here. You are willing to stay. That is enough. That is more than enough. Tonight, Vellacott Hall asks nothing else of you, no performance, no adequacy, no particular version of yourself. You do not have to be rested or capable or ready for anything. You do not have to be anything at all except exactly what you are, a person who needed somewhere to rest, who found this place, who came inside. Welcome. You have always been welcome here. Section 14, Konstantin's watch. In the chair across from you, Konstantin stirs. Not much, just enough, a small shift of his weight, a slight repositioning of one front paw, the kind of infinitesimal adjustment that sleeping animals make without quite waking, responding to something in the room that only they perceive. His tail moves once, slowly, and is still. His eyes, when they open, are very green in the firelight. He looks toward the far corner of the room. The corner where the light from the fire does not quite reach, where the shadows have gathered into something thicker than ordinary shadow, something that has a quality of depth to it, a quality of presence, as though the darkness there is not merely the absence of light, but something with its own particular weight. He looks at it for a long moment. His expression does not change. He does not tense, does not shift into alertness, does not do any of the things a frightened animal does. He simply looks, patient and still and entirely composed, in the way that he looks at everything with those ancient green eyes that seem to see not just the surface of things, but the thing beneath the surface, the intention behind the appearance, the history inside the object. Then he looks away. Back to the fire, back to the steady, uncomplicated fact of it, heat and light, and the slow consumption of fuel, nothing more, nothing less. His eyes half close. His breathing resumes its deep, even rhythm. Whatever was in the corner, whatever he saw or sensed or simply acknowledged, it does not concern him. Or rather, it concerns him in the way that everything in this house concerns him. He knows about it. He has always known about it. And he has decided, as he decides about all things, that it does not require action, that it can be watched without being disturbed, that it belongs here in the way that most things in very old houses belong, not comfortably, not easily, but irrevocably. It is part of the house, and he is part of the house. And tonight, so are you. Sleep if you can, you are in good company. Section 15, closing. The fire burns lower. Not out, it will not go out, not tonight, not in this room, but lower. The flames have subsided entirely now, and what remains is a deep, radiant bed of coals, orange and red, and at the center something almost white with heat, pulsing gently, breathing in and out with a rhythm that matches your own if you let it. Let it. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks. The rain on the windows speaks. Konstantin breathes. These are the sounds of Vellacott Hall at 11 o'clock on a November night. These are the sounds that have filled this room on countless such nights, and will fill it on countless more, long after this particular night has passed and become part of the accumulated memory of the house, another layer in its long history of holding people who needed to be held. Tonight it holds you. The chair holds you, the fire warms you, the walls of this old room with their shelves of silent books and their portraits of people long gone and their plaster and their oak and their centuries of patient endurance, they surround you. They are, in the truest sense of the word, with you. You are not alone. You have never been alone, not tonight, not in this house. Konstantin has been watching since before you arrived. The house has been waiting since before you knew you were coming. Something in this place knew, the way old houses know things, quietly and without explanation, that you would find your way here, and it made itself ready for you. The warmth, the stillness, the particular quality of this firelight, this hour, this rain. All of it was here. All of it was waiting. And now at last you are here too, and you can rest, you can sleep, you can let this room and this house and this long November night carry you somewhere deep and quiet and good, somewhere your body knows even if your mind has forgotten it, somewhere you have been before and will return to again. Go there now. Let your eyes close. Let your breath slow. Let the sounds of this room become the sounds of wherever you are going, carrying you gently over the threshold, through the dark, into the quiet on the other side. The house holds you. Konstantin watches. Sleep now. Sleep.